does? Okay, well, that's... You stupid motherfucker. Okay, sorry. No, no, no. I'm gonna be nice. I'm not talking about the one that can fit any socket. Alright, anyways. Let's give this a try. I thought I have... Wait, what the fuck? I don't have any relics on? Okay. Apparently I equipped a different chalice or something. I didn't realize. Relicless SL1. I mean, you could do it. The thing is, the relics are mainly just nice for actually letting you start with the element that the boss is weak to. Re-aiming to target the boss's head. I don't even think the Gaping Jaw has a head modifier. But yeah, I can try. Thing is, it like auto aims for the head anyways. Any more upliftings? No. All right. Time to begin the loot fiesta. Yeah, Kemi, shut up. You're not gonna bait me, buddy. Here. Taunt unsuccessful. Oh, this lightning pot is gonna shred this guy, watch. Hold on, we need to wait for him to open up. That's awkward. What? You know, it doesn't really matter, though. Man, you have such little health in this class, though. Ah, the lock-on is so fucking shit. Oh, damage negation at full HP, baby. We're in business. That is like literally all this run is about, is just stacking that stat. Double fire pot. Yeah, they really messed up the lock-on. Not really sure how they fucked it up so badly, but... Huge damage increase. Fucking massive. You know what, I'm not even gonna... I think sometimes a chest can actually spawn here. Oh shoot, you know what, I forgot to go for the town spawn, chat. Yeah, let me eat that. So yeah, you can just use items from the ground. I had no idea actually, that is pretty nice. Didn't need the extra revive last time. Yeah, but this fucking gaping jaw boss is kind of a bastard. He has like an AoE the size of a fucking... I don't even know. Is too big. My strat is to just basically loot all the different weapon racks. And hope we find damage negation at full HP. I think continuous HP recovery could be pretty good too. I want to go get that church. You need to stack so much of the regen. Yeah, honestly, I think a more impactful one. In before chord end. We're fine. God damn, my max health is so low. I don't know if attack power while two-handing works for this or not. Works for bows. Okay. The relic for plus 100 HP. Which relic gives 100 HP? No, I need to go to a... I need to go to a mine. Honestly, this is still not worth doing. It's incredible how much easier this fight is with, the bow. I always get these guys true. I mean, they're actually, this fight is like actually not complete trash on level, with Iron Eye. Power up for HP and stam in the center of the castle. Why did I take that? Well, it's not like I do any affinity damage anyways. Can charge his ult for more damage? I actually don't think you can. I think you're wrong. I believe you can hold the ultimate for longer in case you want to specifically aim it properly. The relic that adds poison, you need to charge it? Okay. shit. I'm fucking dead, dude. Just let me die. I'm fucked. But it's okay. The circle hasn't closed yet, so it'll just spawn me. It's not like losing my runes really does anything. It'll just spawn me in the circle. It's Freja. Jesus. God, the fucking lock-on is so fucking shit. It's incredible how shit it is. I'm not getting that. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Let me fucking move, bro! Got him. This doesn't seem tedious at all. Yeah. Yeah, level 1 in this game is kind of fucked up. Why don't you manual aim? Because it also feels terrible. And the manual aiming speed is like fucking incredibly slow. And before somebody's like, oh, you can actually change the camera speed? Yeah, I know. But it still feels... It just still feels weird. Oh, baby! 64% damage negation, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Another one? Holy. We are stacked. Yeah, I saw how boluses work. Honestly, Iron Eye is probably like just the best class for this challenge. Just because his mark is just so fucking good. So we have 88% damage negation at full HP. Oh, we need to go to a mine still. I don't really want to use this, but I need space. We need to upgrade our weapon to purple. Wait. Where's this fucking thing? Oh. I know, right, Matt? Well, okay, hey, Dark Souls 2 has auto run, bro. And I don't even really feel like I need anything. Do successive attacks work with the bow, though? Doesn't seem like it actually works. In that case, I might just go back. I might just run to this merchant over here. Yeah, honestly... Warming stones are kind of good. We should have tried to... We should... Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, Chad, I was blind. We got the fucking town. I mean, we can still go run over there and just, like, suicide into it, I guess. Kind of far out of the circle, though. Oh, this is gonna be kind of annoying. Like, I think we can heal through it a little bit, but I should have came up here right away. Damn it. Okay, it doesn't actually do that much damage. It's just my max health is so tiny. That's fine. We bought everything we wanted. Alright. Yeah, we could go try to grab, we could go grab the extra flask. I mean, we might as well just let ourselves die. Doesn't really matter. All right. Any range attack damage here? Less likely to be targeted. Wow. That motherfucker. Did dying remove the bolus effect? No, and even if it did, I mean, it doesn't really matter. And we gotta go all the way to the other side. And that goes for a long time. Is that a dead guy in a bush? Oh, HP restoration upon attacks. I mean, that actually could be good if we have it on our other hand. Not that much HP though. Still something. The rally, yeah, I think the rally relic would be really good. That's what I was thinking, like. But I don't know the extra. I think maybe getting rid of like the duration of weak point one would be the if there was any one to get rid of, it would be that, because obviously we want poison on our starting weapon for the weakness. Keep blocking. It's letting me heal up. Oh God. Doing this character, or doing this fight with with a melee character would be so awful in comparison. That was so stupid. What am I doing? I have a free self-res from it being nighttime. That was really stupid though. I still have my two reses. I guess I'll get resistance. I don't even think he inflicts statuses, but I don't really think any of the other ones are useful anyways. Okay. Yo, what's up, Tom? Almost just leveled up. Okay. I think this is a good combo. Maybe... Yeah, no, I mean, this is pretty good. So this is my build, in case anybody's wondering. I've got a starter bow with poison. I've got 10% attack power, and then we have 3 damage negations at full health. And we also have HP restoration upon attacks. Honestly, dude, you need the poison grease. I don't know. I mean, we can also buy a Opaline bubble tier and pop that. We probably don't need the poison grease. I could pop it ahead of the fight, I guess. The steadily restores HP for a time is going to be really good. Alright, I have no idea. I don't really know how to fight this boss. I mean, we have 4 reses, which is nice. But yeah, I don't really know. When this boss goes phase 2, it's like absolutely fucked. Oh, there's the poison. Grouping. We should get a mark proc soon. It does, yeah. Bro. I should have just... Oh, it's okay. That is like such a fast... I wanna ult him when he does his phase 2 move. Hell yeah. Come on, proc that mark. Proc that fucking mark, dude. Dude, proc the mark! No, man. Oh, he's stunned. R2! Nice. First try, easy game. This class is just fucking stupid. All right. Nice. Let's see, do we have anything good? Taking a it's all crap. Nice. You know, if you have iframes if you aim your ult for longer. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. All right, well, 2 down. Using a starting bow +2, yeah. What are my relics? I have +1 mark, extended duration of weak point, and starting armament inflicts poison. So yeah, we beat Gladius. We beat Gladius as Executor, and we beat Gaping Jaw as Iron Eye. Honestly, Iron Eye is probably like the best class for most of the boss fights, genuinely. Just because when you pop the mark, you get so much damage. Picking Iron Eye is like going Rapier meta build in Dark Souls. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I am doing a level 1 run, you know? For starting armament with poison, you could have used the Sentient Pest Drop. Yeah, but it would need to be a different color, right? Oh, actually, no, I could have used it. Well, you know what? It's fine. But yeah, you're right. Easy to hit the bosses that would just run away. Yeah, like Gaping Jaw just runs around so much. How's it going, Ain? Is there any bow better than Iron Eye +2? Iron Eye +3, I guess. If you get the volcano shifting earth, you can upgrade the starting weapon to legendary. Solo level 1 dude, it's like what's up, Scott? The thing about playing Recluse or Revenant at level 1 is that you're basically just a shittier melee. Like you don't even have mana to cast stuff. It's not like you can even like you're basically just meleeing everything. Oh man, these level 1 runs are stressful though. I mean, that Gaping Jaw fight, like, I mean, we still had two reses left. Wasn't that bad. Honestly, I feel like with Iron Eye, with Iron Eye, the level 1 run isn't... I mean, it's not... I'm not gonna say it's easy, but it's definitely not... It's not, like... completely terrible. Hey, Thoros, thank you for the 32 months. Yeah, I saw the hard mode announcement. I had actually known about it for a while now, but I wasn't allowed to say anything. Yeah, so for those who don't know, they're going to be releasing a patch for the game that adds enhanced versions of all the Night Lords. So there's going to be, yeah, basically hard mode fights. You were saying you wanted a hard mode for no reason. I've been saying that I've wanted a hard mode since before the game came out. Even before the game came out, I was like, I really hope that they do something like the Sekiro gauntlets. Because in Sekiro, there's enhanced versions of Genichiro and Ishin and Father Owl. So... yeah, I was like, I hope that they do that for this game. And they actually are doing it now. I mean, maybe the hard mode that they're talking about is just going to be more health, but I doubt it. I have a feeling they will, like, modify the boss's movesets and stuff. Apparently, people were saying that, people went through the, I don't know, with like data mining, there's a bunch of like unused themes for the bosses. There's like extra music in the game, in the files for the bosses that isn't used. So yeah, that's pretty pog. Dark Drift Night Phase 3, yeah. I do kind of want to... I want to play Recluse in a group a little bit. I find, dude, Recluse has so many cool... Like, the cocktails are so... They're so cool. There's so many cool effects you can get. It's just a shame because it feels to me like it's actually so difficult to use the relics as Recluse, or sorry, not the relics, the cocktails. It's so difficult to use them on her when you play solo, because you just like I had a run where I had actually a really good setup and I could do the black, I could get the elements for the black hole like super easily, but the black hole spell was so... It's so slow that you cannot cast it without getting like fucking destroyed.
I will see that our deed is done.
And another thing that is kind of annoying is how often you'll get a talisman or a seal, like a sacred seal, that just has you'll get a seal that has like... I don't know why all of these have catch flame on them, it's kind of weird. But a lot of the time you'll get one that has rejection or like divine fortification or lightning fortification or you know, just some kind of like non-offensive spell. So then you just like end up in the situation where like you may have lightning on one seal and then you have flame on another, but they're not on like I had one run where I had a lightning spear. It was lightning spear and black flame on one seal, and that was so nice because I could have my main staff with magic on the right hand, and then I have lightning and fire on my left hand. So like I don't need to constantly toggle my weapons in order to get to the elements that I want to specifically add to the, you know, for the cocktail. So yeah, it can be like a pain in the ass if you have, you know, like you have magic on one hand, and then you have holy on another, and then fire on another, and then lightning on another, and you're like fucking swapping your weapons constantly just to apply the element you want. It's just, I don't know. I wish there was a better way. I almost feel like if you pick up a weapon, I don't know, like feels like they could have made it better in some way for the spells. It's just, I don't know. This class is so complicated to play compared to everything else. The extremely long spell combo animation. Yeah, that's another thing. You're forced to use the spell or the cocktail, right? Because yeah, you absorb 3, and then a lot of the time it's like, okay, well now I have to use the cocktail in order to absorb more elements. They should have made it so like, I mean, I don't know. They would have had to figure out the keybind, but they should have made it possible for you to just keep absorbing elements. Like, using the cocktail itself is a separate keybind. Or yeah, throw away the current cocktail. Yeah, like purge it. Sorry, dude, I end up yapping between runs in this game so often. It's like, alright, we finished a run, time to sit here for 15 minutes and fucking yap. I can't help it. Yeah, honestly, that, I mean, I almost feel like cheesy doing level 1 with the Iron Eye. I mean, it is level 1 after all, so like, you know, I guess it's fair game, but yeah, Iron Eye is just kind of insane. I don't know if I actually have anything that starts with fire. Oh, well, Night of the Beast, I guess, is guaranteed fire. I have magic damage, blood loss, holy damage, blood, poison, frost, fire. It's just a single fire. Frost again. Yeah. This is a green? Okay. The starting element relics weren't so rare. I mean, I think they've been improved now, at least. They should add a search bar. Yeah, I will say maybe I should have kept that one. That's fine. Whatever. Just so much stuff to go through, man. And it's like a fucking endless loop, because you sell the relics and then you gamba more and then you sell those and you gamba more. It's like, I don't know. It's this, like, I want to get good relics, but it's also like kind of exhausting. This blue is really good for Iron Eye. Strength, fire attack, additional skill use. Do we have a blue socket? No. I mean, we could put it in this one. Oh, this one is good, I guess. Fire attack, duration of weak point. Boom. I think that's a good build for this. I don't know, man. I have such like a hoarder mentality. It's actually terrible. I'm like, okay, so the way I see it, right, is I have like multiple relics that, for example, make starting armaments inflict blood loss, but they're all different colors. So it's like, I mean, I probably only need one of them, but you never know. Like maybe I might need this +1 vigor relic at some point. Okay, I don't know about that, but yeah, it's. Yeah, maybe I'll need this someday. Oh, man. Anything good? Int, poise. Sacred Blade, fire attack, power up. Starting armaments inflict blood loss, attack power up when facing frostbite enemy. Why would you want strength on Iron Eye? I mean, the strength is kind of whatever, but it has, I mean, I need fire for the next, I need fire attack for the next boss, and the main thing I want is the additional character skill use. But most bows have scaling for, I mean, let's look at Iron Eye's bow specifically. Let's check the scaling, because it should still have some strength scaling. It's not much, but it should have a tiny bit, I think. Okay, it has E strength scaling, so yeah, that's pretty fucking horrendous. But, you know, hey, every little bit counts. Alright. Well, let's try the pest, shall we? Struggle with Pest more than every boss in the game. Pest is kind of rough. Okay, we got a town again. Hoggers. Very nice. Damage negation at full HP already. Savage flames roar while walking. See, okay, does this effect only proc what? Wow, more damage negation at full HP. What a start. That's crazy. They're like already set. What is this effect, man? Honestly, I wonder if it's possible to climb up here. It might actually be. Maybe. maybe not. Stalling. Okay, dude. Yeah, I should use the grease from the ground, actually. Good for me. Fire attack power. Wait, I don't have... Oh, I need to upgrade. Are there any just like pleb enemies around here, dude? Oh, I know where we are. Okay, we can kill some guys here, I guess. I need to go to the churches, but kind of missed my opportunities for that. I can't really tank the swarm is the problem. The wall climbing is much better now. Like so much better actually. Yeah, they did really improve it a lot. Now they just need to fix the lock-on. The lock-on is still a mess. we're just gonna run through here. I think I can still go through and snag that church up north. If I die, it doesn't really matter, so... Luckily the circle does pretty low damage at this point. I mean, I don't need the boluses, guys. It's not like Pesta's status effects. Well, I mean, coming for like, I do think I think that the patch for solos definitely made it a little bit too easy. Like, I am basically guaranteed to get level 15 on like any run now at this point, even if I'm playing as Recluse or as Revenant on the new patch, which, I mean, but I'm not, you know, I'm not the average like, not the average person, so. Oh, you know, eating death blight resist is actually good in case I get worm face. We need to go to a merchant. Is this merchant outside? Here? No. I can maybe still sneak this merchant though. I just want to upgrade my weapon. Not really sure where the circle's gonna pull in here. I mean, there's literally no downside for me dying, so. I don't need any more runes right now. Got our weapon to +2. I mean, we already have 3 damage negations at full HP. We have fire attack up. The Savage Flames. I mean, it's fire damage, so that's actually gonna be pretty good. At the start of the next day, I guess we just want to go to the church down there, maybe do an Everjail. I mean, I've already killed 2 bosses without the crater. The thing is, I don't have the crater shifting earth, so yeah, I'm not really sure what I can. The walking fire works while freeing. I get shifting earth sometimes. Maybe I should have, like, I don't know. I mean, I already have a pretty solid build. I guess I could have maybe tried to look for a little bit more loot. I don't really know what else I would want at this point, though. Genuinely. Talismans. Yeah, I guess talismans would be the big thing. Is there any talismans around here anyways? Oh, look, it's the Madness Tower. I've never seen that, actually. I guess I can go into like this building and check the map. At this point though, yeah, talismans are really mainly what we want. Guarantees a madness weapon when you get rid of all the enemies. Yeah, that would be nice if we were on Libra, but there's no madness bow anyways. I don't know if I should have healed there. Is this gonna be... who is this? Is this Godric? Or Commander Nile? I can't remember. Oh, no way. I really did not think that would hit me. Damage is pretty good. Dude, is he stuck in an AI loop? I mean, I don't think my HP is going to be low very often, but... Are these warming stones... Oops. Oh yeah, we need to go to the merchant. We need to go to the town. Are those... Oh no, they're not infinite. Okay. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. We need to go run to the east and go to the special merchant. I think we go to the east, go to the special merchant, and then we'll... And then we need to go to this church over here. Is that merchant always there? No, it's just a chance for the special merchant to be here. It's really, really nice when he is, though. Yeah, markability is so good. What's special about the specific merchant? He has an extra stock of inventory. So here, you'll see. At this merchant, I can buy another resurrection. I can buy an extra item pouch. I can buy a resurrection. I can get uplifting aromatics. I don't know if I should get... Like, ritual sword is good, but I don't know... I don't know if I should get Dragon Crest. He also has new weapons. I mean, I guess we can get more damage negation. I don't really know. I don't want to waste too much time here. Not that it really matters. But yeah, that merchant is just so good. He's got such good stuff. Yeah, I think that merchant has infinite stock. I mean, as far as I could tell right there, he had unlimited stock. Unlike the warming stones. How do you know he's there? It's the icon. This specific icon. And he's not guaranteed to spawn though, sadly. The circle is going to start closing, so I really hope I can get to this church in time. There's going to be some sort of speedruns for this game. I mean, I don't know. Like, people can speedrun it. I honestly think that speedrunning this... Speedrunning this would be cool if you could choose when to end the day, but you can't. Like if I could just choose to end the day right away, that'd be awesome. Oh, the circle actually pulled here. I mean, freezing grease could be pretty handy, I think. Especially since we have fire, we could put out the freezing grease. Wouldn't that make people insta-skip all days and fish for a no-hit run? Yeah, I mean, potentially. I don't know. I wish there was some way to, like, influence how quickly the day ended. Maybe you can't just, like, instantly end the day, but just... Speedrunning this game really, like, the only thing that is gonna matter is how quickly you... only thing that matters is how quickly you kill the boss, like, the end of night bosses, and that's it. I mean, I would still, even if you could just go directly to, like, the end and just end the day, I still think that would be interesting, because I don't know if it would be worth... I'm not sure it would actually still be better to like not upgrade a weapon and like get some levels, you know what I mean? Like maybe just using the starting weapon and just no hitting the boss would be like the strat, assuming you could just end the day whenever you wanted. I don't know. It would definitely make it more interesting from a routing perspective, because then it's like, you know, how much, like, what do you go for before you just decide you're, like, ready to fight the end of night boss? We should keep looting. I mean, I have a good build, but that doesn't mean I should just stop looting, to be honest. I would love to get some kind of healing. Like healing on attack or some. Sleep pots. Just sleep weapons. Kind of want to do this like madness tower thing, but surely the circle won't end on the madness tower and I'm just going to be getting like madness the whole time, right? I wonder if I can mark when this thing's about to proc. Maybe too early. Probably not. What? There more? Bro, what the fuck is this? Oh, there they are. Okay, I guess they were... Oh, whatever, man. Whatever, dude. I'm tempted to just ult right now, but I'm not. I don't want to because it's just her. All right, whatever. I'm not killing Maggie. It's fine. Doesn't matter. I hear a scarab. You only get run over on bosses now? It's always been that way, Spicy. Always been that way. Wow, double damage negation. I lose 4 damage. Is that worth it? Maybe get rid of the Savage Flames roar. I don't know. I feel like the Savage Flames could be good. I don't know. I tried to mark. But I mean, we have one free res. I really didn't want to waste it on that, but it's okay. I tried to mark sometimes to wait, I have bleed? Why do I have bleed? Sometimes this happens and I never really understand why. Why do I have bleed? Oh, the bleed at low health. Oh, right, that, okay, right. Let's just focus this guy. Oh, that was close. Damn, this bleed is... Oh my god, I'm so greedy. Surprised I was actually able to get these hits off. no fucking... Wait, really? That... Was I not full HP? Oh, that's tragic. You have to dodge like so late. Oh, man. Fucked up, guys. Lost the mark. Alright, well... It was almost good, but we kind of fucked up. Sadly. Ouch. Dude, our health is almost full when we use a flask, but it's like barely not. Yeah, I could have ulted, but oh, he was running back to his horse. Oh, let's get the HP from the flasks, I guess. Why am I not using ult? Because I can keep it for the next... I can keep it for the final boss. Well, this sucks that we lost a res. Maybe it won't matter, but very well could. We have 3 reses technically, I think. Alright, well, I think we buy the Opaline hard tier, pop it. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. I don't know if I should keep... I don't know if the fire grease is that valuable or not. Alright, well, here we go. Good start. I'll be honest, I didn't... Yeah, this is not good. Okay, that is not strafable. That's to know. Wait, it can hit him. You can use his body. Thought maybe I could hit both. Okay. He roars. And that kills. Well, that was a good try. It was a good try, but I do not know how to dodge this boss well enough. Anything good? It just feels like you constantly just get hit by like tiny little chip damage on this fight. I mean, it didn't seem that bad, but man, I wish there was a way to actually practice the fights. Oh no, it's definitely doable. I'm not sure how to dodge that charge attack consistently though. And I wasted 2 of my reses because I thought you could at least strafe, like, maybe if you do the surge sprint, you can dodge the magic projectiles. The thing is, when I super sprint, chat, I run out of stamina in like 2 seconds. So I don't actually know if I can super sprint away. Because, like, I don't know why it's not consuming my stamina when I'm running, but... yeah, you just lose all of your stamina. You lose your stamina so fast when you do the super sprint at level 1. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to use the mark to dodge, but... Like, I know that you can dodge with the mark, bro. The thing is, I have to dodge the magic projectiles, and then I also have to dodge the charge. Why not surge sprint? It's almost like we just talked about that 1 minute ago. I mean, we could do a run where we can level up, and we can... Maybe we do a run where we can level up, but we just use, like, the basic white bow, and we just, like, practice dodging, I guess. Oh no, I do feel like I need to practice this fight more. And the thing is, the damage negation at full HP doesn't actually help that much for this boss, because most of the boss's attacks hit like multiple times, so he just shreds through your defense buff, and you just die anyways. Level 2. I'm just gonna do a practice attempt. To learn the boss fight better. I mean, we literally just tried him. It's just... I don't know, it just feels like a waste of my time to go back there when I don't know how to dodge half of his shit. Cheat engine teleport doesn't work? I don't know, actually. I mean, maybe it does? Yeah, I'm just gonna do a practice run, guys, because I feel like I need to learn the fight a little bit better. This fight doesn't seem that hard, it's just... Yeah, I don't know, like, maybe we should just send an attempt. I am curious if there's a way to, like, cheat straight to the end of the night, because that would be so nice. I don't know. Are we sure that attack power while two-handing actually works on bows? Chat was saying it does, but I don't know if I believe it. Yeah, I should probably... put something on the screen, I guess, because people are gonna keep asking. I really hate this. This exact spot on the map is so annoying because there's just no good way to get up. Like you either have to go all the way down here and climb up the left side or all the way up for this spirit spring. I'm in like the level 1 run mindset now, so I'm not really... Should still go to a mine, I think. I did see Final Destination, yeah. It was good. Alright, so chat, there is a door here, by the way, that can only be opened if you find a extremely rare legendary item called the cord thread. Just for anybody who didn't know. It's a fucking death bird here, man. It's gonna end all the way up here, by the way. Could try to kill the death bird. He's gonna fucking one-shot me, though. Nice. I tried to roll, but, yeah. I tried. I did try. You know what? I'm gonna leave. I really don't want to deal with that. These camps suck. They like suck so much, dude. It's like so not worth trying to actually clear this shit. Everybody has a fucking shield. It's just, it's so obnoxious. Just fucking end me and my misery. It's just so, it's so horrible. Fucking. Honestly, I'm somehow gonna end up being like weaker on this run than I would be on like the level 1 attempt before. Like, I am not... this is actually, like, not a good... Okay, I'm not gonna go down there. Man, I wish it didn't take 40 minutes to get here. Level 6, level 1 run. Yeah, I'm doing a practice run because I don't know. I got the pest boss to like half HP, but it was kind of scuffed. So I wanted to practice more. No, it's alright. I mean, my title says level 1. I don't really know the pest fight that... I don't know how to dodge the charge at level 1 effectively, because you can sprint out of the way of the charge, but I don't have enough stamina to, like, sprint, is the problem. With Iron Eye during the charge. Well, he charges 3 times in a row, though, so not... Honestly, the boss is gonna kill me just as fast at this rate, though. I don't really have that much health. Can't die to level 1. It's actually not possible. No, I'm just practicing. But honestly, I don't know. The thing is, I shouldn't level up because I'm not gonna have the proper amount of stamina anyways, as level 1 would. I don't know. Whatever. I mean... We're already far enough in the run. Like, we'll just do this run and just try to practice, I guess. I never really thought about the fact that my stamina is gonna be, like, different, so... There is a cheat table. Like, dude, I need to see if... Like, maybe you can go straight to, Dude, how has my mark not procced? Did I try Summoner for level 1 runs? Summoner will not be very good for level 1, I think. Man, this guy is so tanky. See, like, improved range weapon attack. See, I'm at 85. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, no. Does it work, actually? Hold on. Oh, no, it doesn't influence. It's so weird how the damage value isn't... This is like the way it's calculated. Alright, well, we're gonna go to the castle and we'll kill the bosses here. So for anybody who's just getting here, I'm just doing a practice run right now. Trying to get to the boss so I can just learn the fight. I mean, I can still learn it at level 1 though, it's just... I would like to have the extra health so it's a little bit more forgiving. It's just, it's annoying that I have to spend 40 minutes just to get there to practice the fight, you know? Yeah, we'll do another level 1 attempt after this. The troll is still trying to throw his fucking pots. These fucking pots, man. If I had a night boss with the pot dudes in range? No, that sounds awful. That sounds pretty fucked up. Have I done solo recluse? I've done solo with like all the classes. I think we can sneak in and grab this. Run, 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 run. Oh no. Staggers? Alright. Well, I'm gonna kill a few crappy enemies just to get an extra item or two. Oh yeah, I forgot to use my foul foot classic. I always make that mistake. Silk Song Shadow Drop. Copium. Alright, well, we definitely want the res. Everything else is kinda... I don't know if it's even better for me to level or just pick up the... I think I would rather buy these. It's pretty easy to hit max level. Well, I mean, I'm not max level in this run. This run was like, I wasn't really try-harding very much, though. Alright, well. Time to practice this fight. I really want to test if it's possible, like, if you have a cheat table to store your coordinates, could you just teleport straight to the Night Lord when you start the expedition? And just like, just go straight into the fight? I don't know if the area is even loaded in. Okay. So phase 1, big boy spawns in. So this guy is gonna... I mean, I don't know, like, how realistic is it to just focus on the moth? So it looks like it's just 2 dodges for that. That attack is just so... I feel like it's better to... I need to dodge a little later on that. Yeah, it's like 2 dodges. Okay, that was faster than I expected. Okay, he's just instantly... See, marking through that magic does not seem that good. I keep dodging that way too fucking early. Feels like it's better to... Oh, that was almost too early. Okay, they're going in the next phase. Right. Start of phase 2. Well, now he's summoning the nuke. I mean... Dude, oh my god, it's like he fucking winds that shit up for so long. I just keep thinking he's gonna go down and then he just doesn't. God, what, dude, I just can't. I can't. I'm so bad. It's fucking crazy. I just cannot. Like, it's so slow. God, okay. It looks like he's gonna slam down for so long. I have no idea what makes him do that roar, though. It seems like it's 2 dodges and then, like, mark. I mean, that kind of worked. I feel like I could have gotten hit, though. Okay. There we go. I don't want to kill him yet. I want to keep practicing dodging for a little bit. I'm gonna get him a little bit lower HP though. Okay, so he's got that jump. Okay, yeah, you just gotta wait for like yeah, just wait for the. There's like a good visual cue for it. Oh, whoops. Still have another res. I just want him to. I want him to do the charge again. Okay, so is it? Does he charge after he roars? He does. It seems like almost 2 dodges there. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You run perpendicular. Yeah, see, the thing is, at level 1, I'm not going to have enough stamina to do the surge sprint. At least I don't think I will. Oh no, I mean, I can try to surge sprint out of the way and kind of like gauge how much stamina it's using. I can also just jump that. Does an AoE outward. Alright, I'm just gonna kill him. Whatever. I wanna get my relic rewards. Okay, I mean... that definitely helped a bit. I feel like that was like that was decent practice. Flaming strike. Strengthens family and allies when ultimate art is activated. Skill cooldown reduction +3, and I mean this one's not bad actually. If flail attacks is whatever, but 2 of them are good. Starting armament inflicts blood loss. Yeah, I'm gonna try another level 1 run now that we practiced the fight a little bit. This is what I have on. I have weak point, fire attack up, fire damage start, stamina recovery, and +1 skill use. It's kind of tough though, because you have to keep your eye. I feel like it's better to attack the big guy and just pay attention to the moth, because the moth's attacks are not as dangerous. Well, I mean they are, like they're not as quick. Yeah, the moth spells actually can hit the boss. So yeah, I noticed that as well when I was doing that last fight. All right. Yeah, we can try another run. I'm just gonna go use the restroom real quick. Alright, I'm back. Alright, are we gonna get a town spawn? If you're doing a level 1 run, I think you want to just reset over and over until... Oh, we got a town. Nice. And 2 churches right next to each other. Not sure how I want to do this exactly. I think we can, I mean, we can go get the smithing stone right now, I guess. Oh, that's a good one. Damage negation at full HP. Beat the final boss by spamming jump attack power stance. Yeah, you can brute force the bosses pretty easily. That's why I'm really excited for the hard mode. So for those who didn't hear, they're actually going to be adding a hard mode at like the end of this month or next month or something. I don't know, like pretty soon. Which is going to be like harder versions of the bosses with more phases and like new moves, I think. Because apparently in the files for the game, there's a bunch of unused, like, assets. Yeah, they're also adding duo queues. This troll is tanky. Alright, hopefully we can get a smithing 1 in here. So much loot in here. There we go. Alright, we are ready to hit purple bow. I don't think hard mode is going to just be increased health, because Again, in the files for the game, apparently there's like unused music and unused. There's, I don't know, apparently there's like a bunch of stuff that the bosses, like unused stuff for the bosses. Yeah, if you upgrade the starting bow, then the level requirement, like items do not increase in the level requirement. The servers go down? I don't know. I'm not playing online, so I have no idea, but it sounds like it based on what all you guys talking about it. I need to find more fire attack power. We have 2 taking damage boost damage negation, which is good. There's no shot you tank 2 hits. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I need more damage negation at full HP stat. Yeah, there isn't any on this. Any good tips for Iron Eye solo? Just make sure to keep the mark up, because if you make sure the mark stays active, then you'll get like a big damage boost when the mark activates. Damn, there was 2 stone sword keys in there. I'm gonna go down below. You can get some good. You can get a lot of loot down here. Item discovery, damage negation. Another stone sword key, really. Blue with fired a weapon. Oh man, we're in the shitty spot again. God damn it. Like this, there needs to be, like, I hate that there's no spirit spring or like wall to climb here. Getting up at this spot just feels so bad. It honestly, I think it was better for me to go to the Spirit Spring. There's 3 chests I can check over here. I want to get this church as well. How do you stop Augur's sleep kill move? Well, if you eat enough bolus, you could, I mean, if you find a... If you find a sleep rune early on, then you can eat the sleep boluses or bring them into the fight with you. And then you won't fall asleep. I guess that would be my recommendation. I really wish there was a way to get like a guaranteed legendary oh, it's the hippo. I can actually kill him. Should be able to. I don't know if I should have ulted too. Resistances. Woohoo! And check these bows up here. Am I running fire relics? Yeah, these are my relics. I want to test something. So, 90... I don't know, man. Damage is so fucking weird. I don't even know why I have these golden foul foots. It's pointless. Oh god. That's great. That's great. That's just great. I mean, whatever. We get 1 free res per night, so it's okay, I guess. What boss is this? I don't remember. Oh, Centipede. I guess a fire weapon isn't great here. Surely the frostbite can proc, right? Oh, there we go. Interestingly enough, my fire is not getting rid of the frostbite. That was really dumb. I thought he was... Oh, I'm upset about that. I thought he was shooting the fireball again, but he was doing the fucking, like... He's doing the attack that he does when you're in, like, melee range. Well, there goes one of my reses. The frickin' centipede demon. That's really bad. Dang it, dude. God dang it. Iron Eye is the strongest character in the game. I don't know. It's hard to say, honestly. I honestly think majority of the characters in this are good in one way or another. They actually did a pretty good job at making sure they all are, like, useful. I think Iron Eye has probably, like, the easiest skills to use. The slide is just so strong because you can kind of just ignore a lot of, like, the boss's attacks, or, like, yeah, it gives you so many iframes. This fucking guy. There's some bows I can check over here. We still need to get more damage negation at full HP. Is the thing, because we are going to get one shot. Only this guy sold Ritual Shield Talisman. Although maybe he has damage negation at low health. Alright. No, this is a special merchant that has a unique individual. He has a unique stock. He only spawns at this place, this town. I need damage negation at full HP, man. I need one more. That's fine. I don't really need my runes at this point. I'll get it. It could be useful to prio. I mean, we have 2 decent talismans now, at least. We still do not have enough damage negation. We only have 24% damage negation at full HP, and that's it. It was already here? I guess so. Shit. I don't even know where I should go now. I mean, I don't need to go to the mines. I already have my weapon. There could be a chest here. Nope. It's the Miranda flower. How does it not kill all of them? This guy might have some good stuff. This iron eye body on the ground. Okay. Wow. I was wondering if it was gonna do that. Some more max stam. That's nice. This guy died with like absolutely nothing. It's probably better for me to go to this ruins and try to find another damage negation up. There's 6 chests I can check over here. Critical hits, spell FP cost. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know if these warming stones are gonna amount to much of anything. I think the circle's gonna end like right on top of where I am right now. I'm afraid it might be the Tibia Mariners. I hope not. Can you have more than one element? I don't think so. That was worth. Not. I need damage negation. Please. Well, guys, it's not looking good for us. Like, we can take damage to improve our damage negation, but we can't, we're not going to be able to even tank a hit. Check the shop there. I already checked the merchant. Although, did I check the oh no, I did check the items from the secret merchant, because that's when I got the 14% attack up one. Yeah, believers, it's not looking good. It is not looking good. Oh. Jesus. There's chests at the top of the tower, yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? You did. Okay. You know, that's my fault. I just. That's why the free aiming is so awkward. Okay. Yeah. I guess I overestimated the power of the mark. I did it too early because I was afraid I was going to get hit by the... Whatever, man. This run is fucked. I fucked up, man. Good fight. Great fight. I thought that he was doing the lava breath there at the end. He was not. That was awful. That was not good. Oh, we got another town. Seems like they're pretty common. Honestly, that last run was kind of doomed anyways, though. I mean, if I don't know, if I no-hit the boss, it would be fine, but I don't know if I'm confident to no-hit the boss, to be honest. Exalted Flesh is okay. Alright, time to get looting. And it better be better to go all in on damage. No, not really. Because when your damage is like 60, going all in on damage amounts to nothing. You see, you say that Iron Eye is easy mode, and I mean, I do agree that Iron Eye is really good, but Iron Eye also dies, like, really fast. I honestly found it easier to kill bosses on, like, Raider or Wilder or Executor, because you just have so much health that you can just face tank. That's just my opinion, though. Oh, nice. Okay. Well, we got a 32% damage negation. We just need to get like one more and we're good. But just finding one is surprisingly difficult. With the 10% damage at full HP. It's good. I tried to play with mouse. The headshots really aren't that big of a deal. I thought there's like another... Okay. Not really sure where I should go. There's the secret town. Or the secret town. It's not really a secret, but there's the town all the way down there and the church. I was thinking about going for the church, but like I'm gonna have to get it later anyways. So oh my god, I thought I was about to die. That scared me. I think there can be like purple gear up here. Oh my god, I just realized we're in the Giga shit spot again. I fucking... You know what? I think we should just die, honestly. What do you focus on when you do these level 1 runs? So number one thing is making sure this location spawns in because it's a guaranteed extra res, and it also gives you access to two good talismans and an extra set of like items at the shop. And then I'm mainly just looking for increased damage negation at full HP, because then I can actually tank a hit at level 1 without instantly exploding. Successive attack doesn't work on bows, actually. Yeah, Ritual Shield Talisman would be, like, even better. Well, yeah, I mean, Ritual Shield Talisman is good, but you could basically get Ritual Shield Talisman. Like, this thing is basically a Ritual Shield Talisman, but you can also stack them, which is what's so crazy. It's pretty rough, Josh, yeah. It's pretty rough. Oh yeah, guys, here's the door. The door, if you find the cord end, you can open this door. Right here, this random fucking stone door in the wall. Wait, we need to go to a mine. That's what we should go do right now. I think the circle's gonna end up here again. I wish it wasn't so, like, predictable. I feel like I always know where it's gonna, like, end, pretty much. There's a super rare legendary item that has a chance to spawn. It's called the Cord End. Yeah, that was a sick backstab. Wait, what did I just get rid of? Yeah, we can loot the talismans over here. There's also an item on top of that building. I wonder if it's got, like, better loot or anything. Look at that max HP increase. Fucking juiced. Oh man. Oh shit. Warming stones are actually so good at level 1 though, because like if you get enough damage negation and you have a warming stone down, even if you get hit, you could just like heal it back up instantly. It's great. What do we got? This is definitely the easier fight. I think my plan is we're gonna go down to this tree. We'll go to this church and this camp. And then we'll go down here to the town and get the other church. And maybe we'll go like up here or something. Normally I would run out of the circle before it finishes, but you can't really do that at level 1. This really is just like a complete fucking RNG fest though. Like whether or not I get the effects that I need to not instantly die. I convinced Larks to do solos. Not necessarily. I'm not sure if she has people to play with. I mean, I want to play some with her. As well. I also want to try these level 1 runs. Improved charged incantations. Nice. It's crazy how many like items I loot and I just never find what I'm looking for. Alright, we need to get to this town stat. Kinda wish I had a little bit more runes, actually. I'll get ritual shield. Oh. Junk. Okay, that's good that the circle is on it, pretty much. We don't have to rush over there then. God dang. Nothing. Oh. How much damage negation do I have? Not enough. Is there a point to killing trash mobs? Well, I'm about to go to a merchant which can have some very expensive stuff. So yes. It's like, I don't know if I should get Erdtree's favor. Man, look at that. I gained 24 damage from my attack power at full HP stuff. Like, look. I take a chip. Yeah, I lose 24 damage. That's like, that's a lot. That's actually a pretty significant amount. I don't know if Erdtree's favor would be good. I need another item that gives damage negation at full HP though. +3 vigor runes would actually, or +3 vigor relics would go kind of hard. I mean, the thing is, you don't... You can eat every bolus you come across, but it's not going to do anything. Like, it's pointless. You can do it if you really if you desire it, but there's really no point. Unless you're fighting a boss that inflicts an element. These chests suck ass, dude, I know. I'm not really sure what to do. What's up, Zeke? I mean, I haven't found anything with item discovery, because that's what I normally do. Why use base bow? Because I can make it have fire. And the base bow can be upgraded. Oh man, I don't even know where to check anymore, guys. Dude, just, oh my god. Oh, I did not mean to switch targets. I'm going back for vengeance. Ults. The thing is, I want to keep my ult for the end of night 2. I didn't really need to ult there. Wow. Is it better to just focus on a single or maybe 2 upgrades? You can't focus on anything, the game's random. There's nothing at this merchant that gives... If only I could buy another one of these fucking shields. These trolls are so dumb. Okay. Like how I just I died and they just no, they fucking know where I revived to. It's crazy. Oh, we got the magma worm again. He's gonna one-shot us though. That only had 6 damage. I swear the last time we did this fight, it was like not... Oh. Wait, am I not two-handing? No, I am. My R2 is doing... I don't understand. My R2 is like a triple shot, but it's doing the same amount of damage. I don't get it. I think maybe the last time we did this, I had the poison bow. Not supposed to be healing him. I don't know, man. I think it's okay. Yeah, like the triple shot, it does like the same amount of damage as like, I don't get it. Maybe because of the way resistances work or something. Oh. This camera is fucking big as shit. Alright. Ooh, giant glint blade. Yeah, I'll take that one. That's good. Alright. Well, really sucks that we don't have another damage negation at full HP, because we're just gonna get one shot. But whatever, I guess. We have no choice but to try. I wish it gave us the opaline bubble tier. I don't know if the warmings... Like maybe with the crab active, it's enough. No, this Crimson Whirl thing only works for elemental damage, even though it doesn't say that. They'll buff solar runes more. The solar runes are completely fine now, in my opinion. I mean, they were fine before they buffed it, but for casual's sake, I get it. I don't know. I think it's just I'm not. It's better to get the crab because like we don't know if we're gonna be able to survive a hit. Maybe with the opaline hard tier and the boiled crab and everything, we'll be able to... I don't know, we're probably cooked. We have 4 reses at least, though. All right. Well, he's roaring already? Holy shit. Oh, I survived. Oh my, dude, it's like... Tried to dodge, but okay, it's okay. We got a lot of reses. And there goes one of them. Alright, nice. I was dodging out of the mist, but didn't have said anything, I guess. Oh no. No, my fucking god. Okay, just combo your attack perfectly, so I dodge that and then I get die to the other attack. That's great. I guess I should have stayed behind. am I doing, bro? Why am I running? I'm so bad. I'm straight back into it. Thought he was gonna miss me with that charge, but then he turned like 90 degrees to the right. And I don't know. If only I didn't waste so many reses, dude. It was a good try. It was close. I mean, man, if we didn't waste so many fucking reses, it probably would have been fine. I mean, we had 4 freaking reses and we went through all of them. I don't know, it's just any boss fight with like multiple enemies is just so, I don't know, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. I mean, I think we're getting close to being able to get this guy, though. Like, it doesn't seem that... It's, like, not that difficult of a fight, but... I think level 1 blood loss will be better. I don't know. The bosses are weak. I feel like you really just want to use the boss's weakness. Dagger attacks. And this isn't bad for Raider, apart from the dagger attack one. Honestly though, like, if I really want to kill the boss, or if I really want to like get good at this fight, the best strat is to just go into the boss fight with cheat engine on and just practice dodging the boss for like just practice dodging it over and over again. It's like you can literally get I mean, with how long runs take in this, you can get 8 hours worth of practice in like 15 minutes if you just turn on cheat engine. So I don't know. It's like I don't really. It is like annoying there isn't any way to like practice the boss fights in this, sadly. Yeah, you can't make like a save file before the boss fight or anything. I don't know. You having fun? Yeah, of course I'm having fun. I mean, there's already a cheat table. I just need to disable EAC. I wish there was a way. Well, maybe there is. Like, there might be a way to just teleport yourself like straight to the end of the straight to the end of the day. I'm not really sure. Yeah, you do show up on the bottom left of the map during the boss fight. Steam is still down. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's like relics that improve the damage and the strength of like revenants, summons, and also your allies. Like I have, so there's this one which is power up while fighting alongside family, but then I also got another one. See, this one is strengthens family and allies when ultimate art is activated. So yeah, there's some like some stuff, I guess. I doubt it's that big of a boost though. How many relics can you have on a character? You can, I mean, you can have as many as you want. You can only have 3 equipped though. All right. All right, hold on, guys. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick little Twitch bounty. We're gonna check out the trailer for Black Phone. Oh, I didn't start it yet. Okay, yeah. Alright, we're gonna watch. We're gonna check out a trailer for the Black Phone 2. It's like a new horror movie that's gonna be coming out. I enjoyed the first movie. I thought it was good. Yeah, let's check it out. Alright, well, yeah. Anyways, that's the Black House. Or, the Black House, the Black Phone. Jesus. Didn't know that was an ad. Yeah, we were just doing a quick little Twitch bounty. I mean, I'm not like lying though. I do watch, like, I'm going to watch that movie. I like the first one, so. Post my ticket stub. Bro, I went and saw Final Destination just a few days ago. I went and saw Bring Her Back. I did a Twitch bounty for Bring Her Back, like literally 2 weeks ago, and then I ended up going to see it. So you know what? The new Final Destination was fucking good. It was actually really good. Did I see Until Dawn? I did not see Until Dawn, no. What's the scariest movie you've seen? The scariest movie I've seen? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, how scary something is kind of like, how scary something is depends on how old you are. Like, The Ring scared the shit out of me as a kid. And, like, I was, like, scared of, like, fucking TVs. And, like, Freddy Krueger kind of, like, scared me as a kid, too. But like now I'm not. I rewatched The Ring actually like a year or two ago, and I was like, this is like really not that scary. I mean, I don't really get scared by movies. Like these days, I get jump scared, but that's because that's what they're meant to do. They're meant to fucking like surprise you. Tough guy. I've just seen so many horror movies. I'm not like trying to act tough. It's just the truth. Honestly, the horror movies that fuck me up are the ones that, I mean, like, Bring Her Back was, like, fucked up because it was basically just, like, it was, like, child abuse, dude. I don't know, like, it was a good movie, but it was, like, disturbing. I wasn't, like, scared, though, but it was, like, it was, like, disturbing to watch, or, like, it, like, makes you physically, like, cringe, almost. And like the substance also made me like nauseous at one point, but that's not really like scary. It's just like, it's different. Little horror game now. I don't know what I want to do right now. I mean, we could keep trying the level 1 runs. I don't know. I feel like if I want to actually finish these level 1 runs faster, I should probably just sit and practice them in like Cheat Engine and just like learn their moveset like really, really well. Because then, I mean, if I learn their moveset really well, then I could probably, I might even be able to, like, no-hit it. But, I don't know. I don't like doing, I would, like, it just sucks that the way that this game is set up, it makes it so much more of a pain to, like, practice the fights. It's not a speedrun. Yeah, but it takes 40 minutes for me to get to the boss every time. So like I'm getting better. I mean, I'm getting better at the fight, but I just I don't feel like super confident. The thing is, even if I want to turn on Cheat Engine and like practice the fight with infinite HP or something, you know, I still have to spend like 40 minutes to get there. I mean, we can do some testing, I guess, real quick. There is a Nightreign cheat table. I'm gonna download this cheat table and just experiment a little bit here. I mean, this is like kind of I don't know. I feel like kind of cheesy doing this, but at the same time, it is infinitely more efficient to actually sit and like practice the bosses. Really, practice the bosses like this. It should, you know what, it should actually be pretty fast. Hold on, let me see here. How do I assume I can disable EAC the same way I can do it for base game Elden Ring. You put like a text file with the app ID in the game folder, but I can't remember what you need to name the text file. Is it app ID? Oh, it's Steam _ app ID, I think. Okay, what is the app ID for Nightreign? I think I got it. Alright, let's see if this works. It works. Nice. Have you backed up regulation.bin? No. Why would I need to? I'm not using a mod. I should maybe... I should maybe back up my save file though. Actually, it shouldn't really matter. I'm not really changing my character stats. Well, maybe they would be able to see. So like, okay, let's see here. There's a mid-air jump and fly. Wait, what if I crank up? Did I create the cheat? No. I'm a little high up. Am I trying to spawn in the boss right now? I'm just trying to understand. I don't know. I'm just messing around. Okay. Let's, damn it, dude. I want to just jump up. I guess we'll just jump. Preparing for the next tournament. I just want to see if there's a way for me to, like, if I can just go straight to the Night Lords, potentially. I don't think that I can. Spawn in Torrent. Yeah, guys, we found a relic that lets us fly. Go backwards from the end area? Yeah, we could try that. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. See, I'm like under the... I'm like under the fucking... It doesn't seem like... I mean, I guess it could be below. Or maybe higher up, but I don't think it's loaded in. Alright, well, what we can do... Can you go to the boss the legit way and check the coordinates after? Yeah, we could do that. Alright, so we're gonna turn down the player speed. Or we're gonna enable the speed hack. If only there was a way to like... Well, maybe somewhere...
There is no escape but thee, little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold. Thou art at thy journey's end.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't... Like, I'm sure somebody could, in Cheat Engine, get the timer. Game easy as fuck, why are you cheating? Why are you a dumbass? No one will ever know. Alright. I mean, with the game being sped up, at least the days are ending faster, but this still takes fucking forever. Okay, sorry. Pretty strong, must be a good build. Thank you, thank you. Do you get one shot at level 1? Whether or not you get one shot is based on how many it's just RNG, because like you can get you know, since the weapons stack, if you get a bunch of weapons that increase your damage negation at full health, then you can actually tank a hit. The actual attempt is not going to be like this. What do you think? Can I cheat in the smithing stones? I mean, I can go to this merchant and buy, It's weird that the damage isn't reflected properly sometimes. Once we actually get to the Night Lord, guys, I'm gonna turn off the speed hacks. Oh, that actually one-shot me? Hmm. I wonder why I died there. Damn, did the frickin' virgin abductor just die on his own? Shit, man. Why the fuck did I die? Okay, I increased my max health, I guess. Okay. Okay, I can write down the coordinates for this, but there's no way that this is... There's no way this is loaded in until the end. I hope FromSoft bans you. Well, I'm not online, so... Alright, anyways, I just want to practice the actual boss fight. That's all I want. Can you set the day count beforehand? I mean, I'm sure that I'm not really all that well versed in cheat engine. I'm sure it's possible to set it, you know, to just like make this area spawn in or something. No, you can't make a save state. Alright, now we can just practice dodging this guy as long as I want. This is the strat if you want to become a no-hit runner. Oh my god, no. I forgot to turn off the fucking one-hit kill, guys. No! That's not the strat. Why is this game so fucking annoying, man? Fuck! Fuck, dude. Why is it... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck's sakes. I just wanted to practice the boss, man. Fuck. Now I have to wait like 10 minutes. Oh, it's so painful, dude. Test the coordinates. I mean, I'll test it, but it's not gonna work. You just try playing the game like the rest of us. Yeah, but like the thing is, you can't. You only get to practice the boss for like a few minutes. If you get hit too many times, you waste all your heals and then you just die, and then you have to spend another 45 minutes to get back there. It's just like, that's the point though. Yeah, but I want to get better at the fight without spending incredible amounts of time at doing it. Why even argue with the chat here? I don't know, because maybe I can just somehow make them stop being stupid. I don't know, dude. Acting like you haven't beat each boss solo a million times. Yeah, but I'm doing a level 1 run. It's not the same. I mean, I'm just trying to explain, like, these people, I mean, maybe just every single person who types these types of comments is just doing it specifically to bait me. Okay, sure. Let's assume that, but like, I don't think that's the case. Some people just genuinely just don't understand, and I'm just trying to explain. The thing is, if you get to level 15 in this game, it's really easy to just brute force the bosses down. I would like to actually learn the fights well enough where I could potentially get a no-hit run at like level 1. I think that would be really cool. But that's not gonna happen unless I actually like practice the fight, but there's just, you can't practice the fights in this game because it takes 45 minutes to get to the boss every single time. I was using cheat engine speed hack, but it still takes like 5 or 10 minutes to get through an entire match because the cheat engine speed hack just can only go so fast. How is there... Oh my god. I am gonna try to use the teleport coordinates. It's what I'm trying to do right now. So, if I press F, oh, if I press F2 now, are you fucking kidding me? Okay, whatever, that's fine. Why is that a thing in solar runs? I don't know, and it's like, if somebody leaves the match, it's still worse for you than... Yeah, I don't know. That's really stupid. Yeah, I mean, this is... It's kind of awkward because it's the same keybind that improved. Like this is where... Oh, it's not working now. What? What the fuck is going on? You'll never make the ones who refuse to listen understand. You know, that is some words of wisdom from you, actually. You're right. There's no point. See, like, that's the thing, like, stupid people can't be reasoned with. It's just like, it's like in one ear and out the other. Okay, I don't know. It's not teleporting me to the coordinates anymore, but yeah, unfortunately I don't think there's any way really to What is that giant tree over there anyways? Is this just the Aird tree that's in the bottom of Limgrave? Can you make a save before the boss? Nope. Even in single player, it is a session-based game. Dude, what the fuck was that about? Did you see that? I like hit a bird. Yeah, I mean that's the coordinates of the final section. Yeah, cheat engine speed hack can only go so fast, and oh man, this is so, I don't know, it's just like this is still so inefficient. Holy shit, look at that health bar, baby. Damn. Can you try entering the secret door? Not really. Dude, I like how everybody is just constantly coming in and being like, did you know if you eat the bolus, it gives you resistance? It's like, yes. I do, I know. Which, I mean, I know it's like, it's just, it's funny because, I mean, it's cool that you can eat the boluses for permanent buffs or permanent resist buffs, but most bosses don't even do any type of, you know, most of the bosses don't actually do any elemental, or like the only bosses that actually matter, I think, are the Ice Dragon, Libra, and then Augur, I guess, for the sleep, maybe. I mean, you could, yeah, you could get Deathblight immunity for the worm face fight. That's actually, Jesus. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have grabbed that, dude. Well, I mean, it's fine. I wonder how many, like, I mean, because... How is it so fast? I am just cheating because I want to just practice. I just want to practice this boss fight. I feel like if I just practice the boss for like 15 minutes and then I do a level 1 attempt, like we should be able to get it no problem. You know what I mean? I really want to get the hang of the boss like really well. And it's just it's impossible unless you cheat. It's just really difficult to actually sit there and like learn the fight. I mean, I'm good at a lot of the fights. I mean, I managed to beat Pest second try, or I beat Pest first try today. Or no, sorry. I beat Gaping Jaw first try today, and I beat Pest I almost beat Pest today after 2 tries. And I beat Gladius in 2 tries as well. So, like, it's not that hard. But nevertheless, I would still like to get just better at the fights in general. If you train with cheats, does it count as first try when you do without? I mean, it's not like I'm using cheats when I actually beat it. So I don't really see the issue. I'm just making practicing more efficient. Yeah, I mean, it takes so long to get through the days. And it's not like I'm even guaranteed to get the weapon effects that I want, which is fine before somebody's like, yeah, it's an RNG game, that's how it works. It's like, yeah, I know. But I can still, like, it's still random. People love stating the obvious. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, honestly, Cheat Engine has made this pretty fast. I don't know how long it takes it overall, but... So which fight is this when I get the... Fucking lock on, man! Oh yeah, it's the Nox guy. Okay. Alright, anyways. Okay, let's just go and... Alright, I'm turning off the one shot. I'm turning it off. I'm turning it off. It's so interesting because the coordinates... Your coordinates are like actually the same. As when you enter the... thing. But there's some kind of weird, like, map loading that's going on. I don't know. It's not... Yeah, there's some weird shit going on. Alright. Okay, I turned off one-hit kill. This fight is gonna take a long time because our bow is just white. But, wait, actually, can you buy smithing stone, the blue smithing stones here? Can I at least upgrade it to blue? I can. Alright. I'm sure somebody will figure out how to just instantly send you straight to the Night Lord. Alright, guys. It is practice time, baby. This huge HP, yeah, listen. I found a relic that gives me like plus 99 vigor. Don't question it. So like, I think it's best because I can mark through him when he does this move. Okay, that was too early. I can mark through him when he does this move, but it's better to just keep the moth behind him, I think. So I could like mark and then just move backwards like this. And then then I still get distance. What's he doing? Okay, that's the three hit. But then eventually I'm gonna hit a wall. But I guess it's fine. Cause the moth's still okay. This guy's got quite the reach. Too early. That attack is like it's so slow, actually. You can dash forward and back. Yeah, I know. Okay, that's the jump. Okay, so at a certain point though, can I get in the center of this? I don't know, that move is so weird. I mean, I guess I could just get far enough away where it doesn't really matter. Maybe I shouldn't jump. Thing is, if I jump backwards, I'm like going with the attack in terms of okay. Should have just rolled there. Or I could have used the mark, I guess. It's nice that his body actually like blocks the stuff. I mean, if I wait long enough, will the moth just... Okay. So I think I can just like outspace this, right? Yeah. I don't think that would kill me. Can I ult him out of this? No. Well. We definitely don't want to get hit by that grab. Okay, if I'm in the center... No, see, it's still... That's such a weird attack, like, visually, how it spawns in. Seems like I can roll back on that. It's kind of scary, though. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, right, it's the... I forgot about this weird little fucking parasite thing. That was so bad. The thing is, the moth gets lit on fire, the other guy does not. See, that, when the moth like, sometimes they just time their attacks in a way where it feels like you can't even really dodge it. So just one shot lights the moth on fire, though. The moth takes a lot of damage. I mean, if you get far enough away... It's like 3 lines. Honestly, I think when she does that... I think when the moth does that, it's best to just... Oh, that's... Is the moth still light on fire? Yes. Okay, the start of this phase, though, we want to make sure... Run back. Oh my gosh, it's just like, dude, that charge attack is so fucked. Okay, right. After that 3-hit combo, he's gonna do an uplift, so I want to be... Okay, that I thought maybe I'd be far enough away for that to miss. That's not the 3-hit combo, though. That's just like... There's no follow-up to that one. He's gonna charge. Let's get distance. So we run back, 2 dodges. See, like, we still got hit by that magic there. I don't know. Maybe we should try to go. Maybe we should try to go in, like, through him when he does the 3rd one, I think. Instead of going to the side. There's just so much shit everywhere, dude. so that's always just that. It's always a double when he does that. Let's go back. 1, 2. Alright, let's get ready for the third. So we're gonna do 2 dodges. And then I guess, yeah, just get close. That seemed good. I want him to do the 3-hit combo again, though. Oh, is that it? Oh, see, that one's... Because he does, like... He lifts up the ground, but then he also... It also does, like, the AoE. Wait, how much damage does the laser beam do to... Oh no, I don't think it does any damage. Oh, that was bad. So he's gonna jump. He's roaring, so now he's gonna ult. He's gonna charge, I mean. Seems good. Jump. I want him to do the triple hit. Okay, what is this like? Okay. I guess if I'm under his leg, it seems like I'm safe when he does that. Sometimes the poison is like spawning on top of me though. I don't. Wait, is he doing a 4th? It seems like just spamming dodge like that works pretty well. Okay. See, when he does that, God, it's so much. Like, look how much fucking poison there is everywhere. It seems like going under him actually works. see when he does that, yeah, okay, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Oh, see, this is awkward now. Okay, that still worked. Nice. And I think we're getting the hang of it, guys. Yeah, every time he slams, the moth puts out like more poison. I could have gone. I'm just doing this because it's way more efficient use of my time, like... I feel like I can actually get a grasp of, like, how the boss works. Yeah, okay, I don't know, that... Yeah, you can't... Yeah, you can just, like, go into that completely. Okay, that's... Oh, it doesn't spawn behind, actually, when he does that. Feels like his tracking on the charge is so... like, all over the place. Wait, he's doing a fifth? Okay. The boss is gonna nuke itself soon. Alright, just do the charge one more time. Yeah, I mean, I can just come through when he does that. Alright, charge time. He's gonna be able to target me here, I think. Oh. Bro, like... What is that fucking jank? Holy shit. What is it, like, his tracking is so... The projectiles still target you perfectly, even if he's... Illegal relics alert. Holy shit. Look at this relic. Endurance, poison, phys attack. Not bad. Check how many of the projectiles you're actually avoiding. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm not really sure exactly what you mean. No, you can tell when the projectiles hit you, it makes a sound. It's very obvious when you get hit by the projectiles. I think your controller also vibrates too. It's really easy to tell if you get hit in this game. Yeah, no, you can tell. You can tell if it hits you. You know how to dodge the charge better after doing that? I mean, you need to be like the right distance away, and then you do... Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if the way I was dodging it is best, to be honest, but... I was like... I would basically do like 3 dodges. I would get like far enough away, and then I would sprint left or right and just do... But the thing is, you might be able to just like avoid it with the sprint surge, or surge sprint, whatever the fuck it's called. It's just you have such little stamina at level 1 that you can't even really surge sprint. Yeah, the tracking is weird on that charge for sure. I'm still not sure if... But yeah, it's like 3 dodges and being the right distance away seem to work pretty well. All right, well, we'll try another attempt on this in a sec. I'm gonna go get some more water real quick. When it does the ground attack, can you attack while jumping? Yeah, you can. I will say though, I still have no idea how to fight this boss as like a melee. I think you just kind of roll through the attacks and you always go for the butt. Yeah, Night Aspect is the final boss. At least until the DLC comes out. Alright, is there anything else I want to change? I wonder if you can get rot, like rot effect on something. I like the extended duration of weak point because like weak point is so important if you want to kill the boss quickly, keeping the weak point active. All right. Well, let's give this another shot, shall we? No cheats this time. I mean, I'm still not I definitely feel a lot better about this. I think we could definitely get it now. I don't know for sure, but although I am going to reset until I get the town. Gonna reset until I get the merchant town. It's just, it's so valuable. It's so valuable getting the merchant town. Any towns? Nope. Yeah, the talismans from the upgraded shop are super good. How's this challenge going? We beat Gaping Jaw first try. We got 2 attempts on Sentient Pest. Well, I had one run where I died to Magma Worm, like a complete noob. Come on, town, town, town. No town. We were getting so many towns earlier today. It was like every run. Come on, baby. Hey, Nevitt, thank you for the 38 months. Yeah, for those in chat who don't know, there's like a better merchant that has a chance of spawning in. It's completely random. Oh, we got one. All right, so this guy up here, this is the icon you want to look for. If you see this icon, that means you can get an extra res as a solo player, which is very, very useful. Isn't there an item up on this? Oh. Not on this one. Can't wait to hear about the door lore. I gotta say, I feel much more confident going into this boss fight now. I don't know about like no hitting it. Oh, there's one. Okay, we got one, chat. So the best weapon stat that you can get is improved damage negation at full HP for a level 1 run. Well, technically it's not the best. Like, if for speed, you know, it's still better. Is there anything up here? No. It's still better to just go all damage and just basically no hit the fight, but if you want to be able to actually not get instantly killed, this is a pretty good strat. But there's some runs where I just don't even get. Also, this is gonna take forever to kill this guy. I don't know if this is worth it, but we're doing it. Oh no. That's not good that's actually really bad that we woke those guys up. Hunter pulling ads. Alright. Alright, well, we got our 2 smithing stones, so now we can get our bow to purple. Honestly though, chat, like, I think if you want to be super sweaty with the level 1 runs, finding a seed where or like making a save file with the volcano shifting earth active is like the best strat. Because if the volcano shifting earth is active, then you can... Let's go to this merchant over here. Then you can upgrade your starting bow to legendary, which is very handy. Gosh, I'm not gonna die here, am I? Oh shit. Okay, we got double damage negation at full HP. That's really good. Really, really good. That should be that. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. We have plus 56% damage negation. Yeah, it's the same shield as last time. There's a scarab down here we can grab. Oh my god, ritual shield talisman? Okay. Alright, that's pretty cracked. Alright. The 10% attack power at full HP. I find it strange that the other things don't show up as... I mean, my damage seems pretty good still, so... Right to the face. Okay, 1 extra damage. Oh man, that would be a good weapon, actually, if we could use it. Yeah, we're still on the beetle and moth fight. Oh, that's also a good talisman. Although, I mean, I would prefer, I think, ritual sword talisman over that, probably. Perfuming arts. Wow. Blessed you would be nice. Yeah, warming stones are actually like really, really good if you have enough damage negation stat. I don't really feel like I need much of anything now. I guess replacing the Lucerne with something else would be good, since it's only 6% attack power. It's only giving me 2 damage. Yeah, I can just buy the sword talisman from the merchant. Damn, gold scarab? Were there any bleed grease down there, actually? Bleed grease could be kind of useful here. There was one. Nice. That was kind of satisfying. Okay. How much more damage would the starting bow do at legendary? I don't know exactly. Not sure. It's a valuable use of your time if you don't need runes, and it seems like you have all the items you want. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So sometimes you're spending the entire match until the last second looking for items that you want, and then other times you just get like super lucky. It just depends. I mean, we could actually still kill this blood guy, I think. Have I gotten the Estelle flail? I have not. Like, I just find it strange that... I mean, I'm sure it works, it's just... It's annoying. I hate that it doesn't... It's not, like, influenced on the damage screen. The damage fall off is so... Like, it's definitely working. You just don't see it in the... You don't see it reflected on the damage of the bow. I don't even think successive attacks work with the bow, but I'm gonna grab it anyways. Alright, well, we basically just need to go to this merchant now, so we're gonna go run up to this tree, and then we'll go to that merchant. Maybe, if we're lucky, we could get something to replace this Lucerne for a bit more damage. Successive works? I don't think it does. I mean, I had one that okay. The reasoning I say it doesn't work. I had a weapon with successive attacks increased damage negation. I shot 9 times in a row and I did not get any sort of damage negation. So I don't think it works. Alright, we can get this church over here too. I kind of like the Crimson Seed Talisman, but I guess Ritual Sword is probably better. Oh, he's also got... Okay, so we get a second res. What's his weapons like? Holy attack power... Dang it. No good weapons. But he does have 2 uplifting aromatics, which is actually really, really good as well. And I guess... Ritual Shield and Ritual Sword. I mean, like, how much damage do I take? Yeah, I mean, like, look at how little that did. He sells a purple upgrade stone, but I don't need it. It would be nice if upgrading gear actually improved the effect of whatever you have. That would be nice. The thing you have to understand is, like, if I get hit, I'm gonna have 7 flasks to use. So if I'm gonna get hit, I would rather just use a flask than have to wait 30 seconds for my health to regen to full. Because if I heal, then I'm gonna be able to tank a hit again. If my health is not full, I'm gonna get fucked. Iron Eye original bow is weak. I think it's fine. It has fire damage on it anyways, though. It might not be the best bow choice for rune level 1, maybe. What other bow are you gonna use? Well, if you find a white bow, you could use that. Well, there we go. Alright, look at that. 83 attack power. Let's fucking go. 30% attack up. Well, 40%. I don't really think there's much we can find now at this point that's gonna help us, actually. Apart from, like, the boss effects. I hate buffered rolls in this game so much. Like, I tried to roll the first hit, but I pressed it the moment I got hit, so instead it rolls after I get hit, and then I'm just fucked. I mean, it's not like it matters. I don't have anything to lose, but it's still really obnoxious. These knights so much. I don't know if I should even bother killing them, but whatever. This one doesn't have a shield though. Other guy's got perfume? Damn. I think at this point we actually want to go to... Oh, wait, shit. I need to go to this church. I think we should use our stone sword key, because I know in Everjails can give like 5% extra attack affinity. So I think that's our best bet. I mean, every little bit counts, so... No, I don't have the crater event. I don't know how to like force it to spawn either. We're gonna get... Oh, this is fine. Wow. Okay. They are comboing me so impressively. You got 25% improved poise. Oh, yay. No, the R2 is still good. Just depends on what you're using it on. I think the thing about the R2 is the damage of each individual hit is like the way defense tends to work in these games is that there's a kind of like a base defense, like a base threshold that you have to get past for damage to be dealt, and sometimes that can make it tough to actually when you have like a bunch of small attacks that don't do that much damage. Alright, I guess we can do this other Everjail. If the two-handed weapon buff works on bow. It does, I'm pretty sure. I didn't test it I didn't test it though. Did you use a buff spell from Sealer Staff? Yeah, I mean, like, Golden Vow would actually be really good, the incantation. I've rarely seen it, though. It's like never spawns in. annoying when my heal is like fucking so close to going off. Or it's like almost gets me to full HP, but not quite. I mean, the deluge of stars is not bad. There was 2 health bars. Yeah, that was just the other boss that I had ran past. Yeah, honestly though, I don't know if I should have taken Ritual Sword. Like, more damage is good, but the Crimson Talisman lets me heal to like full HP guaranteed with my flask. So I almost feel like I maybe should have kept that. Time to show off the obligatory door. So guys, there's a legendary item called the cord thread that you can get randomly, and it opens this door. The door is north of the central castle. You actually found that item in? You let Barb take it? Well, not like you would have known where to take it anyways. You need to like find it in the match in order to... You don't like... Golden Bow? I can't use that weapon. It has Golden Bow on it, but I can't use it, so... Oh, come on. Dude, this is why I kind of wish I didn't get rid of the ritual talisman. Oh. These guys are the most useless ads, yeah. Max HP raised. Huge, huge HP. Let's go. Stamina? I don't know. Honestly, I probably should have gotten stamina. You're probably right, but... Alright, well... I think this is basically should be our loadout. We could pop the Opaline hard tier before we go in. Or we could pop 2 of them, in fact, but... Alright, let's just send it. Oh no, what am I doing, dude? I forgot about the roar instantly at the start of phase 2. Oh, this was going so well too. It's okay. was almost too early. No, I saw, dude, I swear I saw it spawn, like, to my side. Whatever, I mean, it's fine, Oh, we did it. It was like, it was going pretty smooth, and then things kind of got out of control, but, we got it. Well, okay, so like I saw the beam on my right side, and then I thought I had ran far enough away from the beam where I could get like a hit or two in, but the beam tracks you until it like goes off. So you like have to keep moving until it goes off. Yeah, that was good. Did we get anything good? Attack power permanently increased for each Everjail prisoner defeated, and also lightning damage. That's not bad. Oh, damn. Blood loss and additional character skill use on Iron Eye. That's pretty good. Magic damage, strength, faith. If only the third effect was good, yeah, then it would be like an amazing relic. See, what's interesting though is you can get improved damage negation at low HP on a relic, so I feel like you can also get one for at high HP, or at full HP, maybe. Magic damage start, Duchess, and FP increase after releasing Sorcerer. That is like such a silly one. That's not a bad one. Health, skill cooldown, and stamina recovery speed. Yeah, I beat Gaping Jaw with Iron Eye as well. I don't know, it feels kind of cheesy just using Iron Eye for like everything. Iron Eye is just so good. Yeah, I mean, we did Gladius with Executor. I think this is the only lightning damage starting one I have, which is kind of funny because, well, you want lightning for Augur, don't you? Attack power up after defeating a knight invader. Is that like when Morgoth invades? Hmm. Yeah, that's pretty good, Spacey. Quick step. White Shadow's Lure. Oh, yay. Oh, yay. When Morgoth invades, he just targets one person and ignores the rest. Hmm. Yeah, we've done three of the bosses at level 1 now. It just feels like, honestly, just using Iron Eye is the best. Or just the best for like almost every boss. Well, I don't know, maybe not necessarily, but it's pretty good. Yo, Dumb Joe, thank you for the 101 months, man. Executor seems good for Night Aspect. Yeah, probably. I mean, you could probably just parry him and just like take the riposte. I mean, you're gonna have to riposte him like 30 times, but all you get is 3 sacrificial twigs from using the cord's end at the door. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there might not be anything else that you can do with it. I would guess it would be the slowest to kill them. What, Iron Eye? Iron Eye is, like... The thing is, you can shoot the bow so fast as Iron Eye compared to, like, using a bow in base game Elden Ring. So... I don't know, man. Iron Eye's DPS is pretty fucking good. Especially when you're making use of, like, the weaknesses. And you proc the mark. The twigs can be used to run through the rain after night 2 without losing levels. Yeah, I mean, sure. It's just... I find it strange that... I find it strange there's such a random interaction, like... Ah yes, there's a item with a 1 in 10,000 chance to drop that opens a random door that gives you an item that has an effect that's basically fucking useless. Just, it's weird. Got a gem that says power-ups attack but sacrifices HP on Executor's skill. gave a whopping 4 damage. I mean, 52 to 56 is still... That's like almost 10%. Yeah, I don't know why they made it so rare. It's so weird. You think there's a bigger secret? I have no idea, but I'm not going to be the one to find out. Because, I mean, I would love to test it. It's just the item is just a random chance to spawn, so like you can't really test it unless you use cheats. I honestly, I have no idea. I really don't know. You can test it because you're doing so many runs. I mean, I've finished like, I mean, I don't know how many expeditions I've done, but cannot show result. Oh, well, I've done 47 total expeditions. You know, it's funny. I think all of the ones that aren't wins are just from me starting a match and then just exiting. Or majority of my losses are I think I've had like 5 total losses. You've never seen Freja? I got Freja earlier today when I was doing the Gaping Jaw fight. I'm not sure what I want to do right now. I mean, we could try Augur. Augur's honestly so fucking boring, though. Am I done for the day? Not necessarily. Do a run with chat. We could do a run with, the stream isn't done till he tells us he'll BRB and then comes back to call it. True. Sorry, I kind of want to go out to the dinner place with the French onion soup a little bit. But